Welcome to my weekly self-important Magic the Gathering show. The music seemed a little louder last week, and I don't know if that was even though I've never changed the settings before. So I have it a little bit quieter this time, but it also might have just been me not speaking clearly into my mic. So we'll see how it goes. I turned down the sound, and if it's too quiet, well, I'll hear it when I go to listen back to make sure everything recorded fine. This is another week of the new Marvel stuff, so yay to that. I kind of got ahead of myself because I wanted to make the Ultron deck, but then I saw Ultron was actually in Demir colors. Let me grab this up here. Put it over here, and then we copy that. There we go. We have that ready. So Ultron Unlimited, one blue-black for 2/2 with flying. Robot villain. Whenever Ultron attacks, he connives. That means you draw a card and then you discard a card. So it's looting, but there's another step on top of that. If you discard a non-land card, you put a +1/+1 counter on Ultron, making him, slightly bigger. So, and then you also have whenever a creature you control connives, you may pay 1. If you do, you create a 2/2 colorless robot villain artifact creature token. Spoiler, this deck doesn't have a whole lot of conniving in it. I did not lean in that particular direction. I leaned into artifact creatures. Pull this down. And this is an already made deck, so we are going to do another one on top of this. Probably. Pull this down. We put in Chrome Dome from the Turtle set, who gives our artifact creatures +1/+0. And then for 5, we can copy another artifact for a turn, because we sacrifice it at the end of the turn. It gains haste if it's a creature. I guess it gains haste if it wasn't a creature, but Ultron Machine Overlord. This is the thing that I was like, maybe I do want to create the Ultron deck, but then I saw that it had colors. Other robots and constructs you control get +2/+2. So Chrome Dome will get that. Original Ultron will get that. Krang will get that. Flying, Trample, Indestructible, Haste. Other artifact creatures you control have Flying, Trample, Indestructible, and Haste. Look at that. Blitzwing and Transformer will get that too. You might remember this guy from some number of weeks ago. At the beginning of your end step, target opponent loses life equal to the life that player lost this turn. If no life was lost this way, we convert Blitzwing. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose Flying or Indestructible at random. Blitzwing gains that ability until end of turn. Whenever Blitzwing deals combat damage to a player, convert it. It also has Living Metal, where it's a vehicle, so this side does not get the bonus, because this side is not a robot. But it will get the artifact creature bonus. It just won't get the robot bonus. Metallic Mimic, because we have a bunch of stuff with the same creature type in this deck. We will be choosing robot. Ultron's Auxiliary has Menace. Whenever another artifact is put into your graveyard from the battlefield, or an artifact card is put into your graveyard from anywhere other than the battlefield, this thing gets a +1/+1 counter. Super Adaptoid, also a robot. This is the guy that gets a whole bunch of skills from a list if other things already have it. Right now, I think it's like Menace. If we played in our main phase 2, it could have Flying or Indestructible. This doesn't count because it would give it to him anyway. There's Flying. And there's flying again. I still like the Adaptoid because it's sure, its power is linked to your to the number of legendary creatures, including itself. I almost said other, but you know, it can have some abilities. I think it's neat. Ironmonger. This is a villain, so it doesn't get any of the buffs, but it cares about when our commander connives, so that's cool. Whenever a creature you control connives, put a +1/+1 counter on each villain you control, so that's... And all of the villains Ultron makes... Man, I still have a bit of a cough, but it is nothing like it was before. All of the robots Ultron makes are also villains, so there we go with that. Leader, super scientist. Hold on, there we go. Dust on my glasses. Over here too. If a creature you control would connive, so this is a villain again. Instead, you draw a card, then connive, so that's neat. And then at the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control connives. Okay, so I did do some stuff with connive, but I don't think anybody else really connives. Like, this guy can just make our commander connive twice if he's out. And then I put in the Cyberman because I don't remember if I said that on last week, but I knew that if I was going to make Ultron, I'd put the Cyberman in the deck because it amuses me. We can't put all of them in here because there's one that's Grixis, and that's a color that's not in this deck. So, artifact creatures you control have Afflict 3. That means if they get blocked, your opponent takes 3 damage anyway. Afflict is an evil ability, but I like it anyway. Because it's a way to push damage through, or like if you have on combat damage to a player effects, you'd be like, do you want to take extra damage, or do you want to let me get this this effect? Because of course you want to put, of course the Afflict 3 only matters if the thing has power 2 or less. And then power 0 only matters if it's attacked and not blocked triggers, but you know. Cyber Mat, I put that in here too. It has Skulk. Can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. Whenever Cyber Mat attacks and isn't blocked, so it gets this power buff after the opportunity to block it has passed. That's great. Cyber Mat gets +X until end of turn, where X is the number of attacking artifact creatures. Neat. And this is the Cyber Controller. I would not pay the X because I don't like milling other people. When the Cyber Controller enters the battlefield, each opponent mills X cards. Put all creature cards milled this way into the battlefield face down under your control. There's Cyberman. Other artifact creature you control get +1/+1. So yeah, I would just pay 3 for a 3/3 Anthem. Cyberman Squadron. Non-legendary artifact creature you control have Myriad. I put in the currency converter. So when I discard a card, I can optionally exile it from my graveyard and then tap this to play that card. Well, not play it, but turn it into a treasure token or a rogue creature. If it's something that I don't care about. Currency converter's not, because I'd rather have the containment construct. Well, in this case, it's Awesome Android. Whenever you discard a card, you may exile that card from your graveyard, or if you do, you may play that card this turn. Monument to Endurance. Whenever you discard a card, up to 3 times you get these effects, because you get each of them once. Draw a card, get a treasure token, or each one loses 3 life. Moonstone, Harsh Mistress. Whenever you discard a card, you may exile that card from the graveyard. If you do, until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. So that's a little bit more leeway than the awesome Android. Bone Miser. This gives us stuff for discarding cards. Since our commander can discard cards, that's what I care about this section. I'm gonna take a drink. Talking out loud is thirsty business. Whenever you discard a creature, you get a zombie. Whenever you discard a land, you get 2 black mana. Whenever you discard a non-creature, non-land card, you draw a card. I just realized this recently, but there's another card called Waste Not, and I never really thought about it much, but it is the Bone Miser on that card. And that's all of this stuff, but it's from whenever your opponent discards a card. Like, I knew that Waste Not did that, I just never really paid attention to the art. I'm like, oh, that's Bone Miser. That's interesting. Oscar Rubbish Reclaimer. This spell costs 1 less for each different mana value among cards in your graveyard. Okay. Whenever you discard a non-land card, you may cast it from your graveyard. I assume that means right away. Actually, let's scroll up and go to rulings. Okay, so the first part is for a card that has 2 mana values, like if it's an adventure or a split card. That's 1 total mana value. You add it all up. The mana value of a double-faced card is just the front side. X is 0. Land is 0. You may cast the spell immediately. You must pay all costs for a spell cast this way. Okay, so it breaks a timing rule. Idol of Oblivion, we get to draw a card if we made a token, and our commander can optionally make tokens. Draw a card, no, we put a page counter on this when our commander enters or attacks, and then we can pay 1, remove a page counter to draw a card. Arch Nemesis. I guess it's Arch Nemesis. Enchanted opponent. Whenever you attack enchanted player, that player loses 2 life. You draw a card and gain 2 life. Whenever a player attacks you, you may attach this ore to that player. That's great. Black Market Connection, because he does make robot villains. That's our mercenary. We can buy information to draw a card and lose 2 life, or we can create treasure token. It's just, you know. It also has both Bullseye and 8-Ball on it. That's great. That's Black Cat in the back, along with... Oh, I know who that is. I think got a card in the set, so we might see him. Oh man, no, I feel bad for not... remembering him. Cyclonus, the Saboteur. Whenever Cyclonus deals combat damage to a player, it connives. Oh, so I do have another conniver, but it was on accident because it's Cyclonus. Then if Cyclonus' power is 5 or greater, you can convert it. Whenever Cyclonus deals combat damage to a player, convert it. If you do, there's an additional beginning phase after this phase. Oh, we get an additional beginning phase. Will this tell me? That's untap, upkeep, and draw. Which then you go into your main phase 2.
Good treasure hunt. This month, the best find in the store might be your good deed. Donate $5 during our Independence from Hunger campaign, and we'll give you
Starscream. Whenever you draw a card, if you're the monarch, target opponent loses 2 life. Whenever 1 or more creatures deal combat damage to you, convert Starscream.
Give 5, get 5. Only at grocery outlets. July 31st.
This side has flying. This side has flying, menace, and haste. Whenever Starscream deals combat damage to a player, if there is no monarch, that player becomes the monarch. That's funny. That's really funny if we had a way to get first strike onto Starscream and we were attacking with a bunch of stuff that got through. Because we make them the monarch and then we immediately take the monarch. But whenever you become the monarch, we convert Starscream. Kindred Discovery, whenever a creature we control of the chosen type, which in this case will be robot, enters or attacks, draw a card. You got to be careful with that, because that's not one or more. Warforged Titan from Edge of Eternities. At the beginning of your end step, if a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn, or a spell was warped this turn, you draw a card and lose a life. We're not warping, but tokens are permanents. They are not cards, but they are permanents. I always find that distinction to be interesting. Even though technically they are cards, because, you know, we make they're the same cardboard as everything else. Okay, so this is our lands. So let's go down here and skip to the end of the land section. I almost forgot to put this into this deck. Oh, there's actually a card I think I forgot to put in here. I'm gonna have to find room for it. We'll get to it when we get to it. Desynchronization. Return each non-land permanent that's not historic to its owner's hand. And as a reminder, artifacts, legendaries, and sagas are historic. So this will get most people's creatures, and that's what's important. A lot of our creatures, because we do have some non-legendary creatures, and we have a non-zero number of enchantments. Age of Ultron. It's a 5-mana saga. So, Chapter 1. For each opponent, destroy up to one target non-artifact creature that player controls. Okay, that's cool. For each opponent, we get a 2/2 robot villain. And then Chapter 3, artifact creatures you control gain death touch and don't return, and then +1/+1 counter on each of them. Sweet. Raise the Palisade. This will return all non-robots or all non-villains to their owner's hand, depending on how we're feeling. Ultimo, Civilization's End. I don't know who this is. We're going to look this one up. Marvel Comics supervillain. Hello, co-pilot. Ultimo is from Earth 616. Okay, so it's a doomsday weapon from another planet. And it looks like Mandarin found it. It's an Iron Man villain. Okay. Anyway, Menace. When Ultima enters, each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice. Or we can discard this card for 3 and just to make everyone else sacrifice a creature of their choice. Kindred Dominance. Destroy everything that isn't... We'd probably again say villain, because that would hit the fewest number of things. Tri-Sentinel, Active Vengeance. When it enters, it lightning bolts a creature of each opponent's. Also, it's Flying Trample Menace. And Unearth, so you can cast it from the graveyard once. Then we got our Greaves. Our Boots. Good old Propaganda. Soul Ring. Arcane Signet. Dimir Signet. This is the Felwar Stone, but they're calling it Shield Spy Satellite. Mind Stone, Cyberman on it. Talisman of Dominance. Thought Vessel. Solemn Simulacrum. Thran Dynamo, but they're calling it the Vibranium Dynamo. Arc Reactor. Too Evil to Stay Dead. It had Ultron on it, so I put it in. It has Teamwork 4. So choose target creature card in your graveyard with mana value 4 or less. If this spell was cast using Teamwork, instead choose target creature card in your graveyard. Return the chosen card to the battlefield. Victor Mancha, Runaway. Apparently Ultron created this one. Although he is a hero and a human, so he will get destroyed or returned to hand by 2 of my effects. Not the other one, because he is historic. Whenever Victor Mancha enters, exile target card from your graveyard. You may play it for as long as you control him. I'd of course pick an instant just so I can do it instantly. So I wouldn't play him on curve. Bitter Triumph. We can either discard a card or pay 3 life to destroy target creature or planeswalker. I think I'll get rid of this one. Go for the Throat. Heartless Act. Infernal Grasp. Reality Shift. Overkill. Baleful Mastery. Deadly Rollick. Good old Meteor Golem. This thing gets destroyed by our own stuff. Cityscape Lever. So with this, but unlike the Golem, this will get one of the bonuses from exactly one of our things. Well, not exactly one, but the one that cares about specific ones. I think that's the only construct in the deck too. Ultron Drone. It has a power up, so if we play it on turn 6 instead of turn 3, it costs. Because I wouldn't want to pay 6 separate for it, so I probably would hold on to it. But it's put 2+1 counters on this creature, but then we also get another 2/2 colorless robot villain artifact creature token. I'd rather pay for all that up front. Ultron Artificial Malevolence. Whenever another non-token artifact you control enters, you may pay 2. If you do, create a token that's a copy of it. If the token isn't a creature, it becomes a 2/2 robot villain creature in addition to its other types. So, you know, that's cool. And Ultron the Annihilator. Whenever Ultron enters or attacks, you get one of them robot villains. Whenever another artifact is put into your graveyard from the battlefield, or artifact card is put into your graveyard from anywhere other than the battlefield, each opponent loses a life. Oh, this guy also has flying. Multiversal Incursion. For each non-token creature you control, create a token that's a copy of that creature, except it isn't legendary. I thought that was a nice top end. So the thing I want to put in here. That's technically card draw, so we're going to move you. There we go. That was weird. And then that goes into counters. There we go. Like it had a little glitch where it decided that my the Marvel cards weren't legal. So the card I want to put in here, oh no, never mind. It's a card that's great for Brawl because it's one-on-one and forget that guy. But I just realized that it's kind of mean in low power commander, and that's good old Imprisoned in the Moon. The one where it just basically turns off a commander if you have no way to remove enchantments. But yeah, that was Ultron. I built him off stream. Okay, something just removed itself. Nope, there's Chrome Dome. There's Leader. There's Ironmonger. That's the stuff I moved recently. That says 10. That says 10. That says 2. That says 3. Oh, was there something over here? There was something over here in tokens, wasn't there? There was a fourth one. There we go. Cards remove themselves sometimes. But I'm glad I was paying enough attention to catch it. playlist stopped itself after a song. That's mildly interesting.
TCG Player has everything gamers need.
TCG
Yes,
player and
even
apt ad. Turning the music up a bit just in case. So that was Age of Ultron. Now we go back to looking at cards. So what do we got? Fantastic Four. It does 4 things I don't care about. When the Fantastic Four enters, and whenever you cast a spell with power, toughness, or mana value 4. So this is another... We had this in 3 colors, didn't it? Yeah, we had this in Nea before, where it cared about all of that. But it did better stuff, I tell you what. Choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. Oh, because the other one was like, if all of the things were 4, you got all the things. And this one creates an 0 for wall, or you lightning bolt all of your opponents, or a creature gets +1/+1 counters, or you draw a card. Oh, hey, the power pack. They get a card. That's wild. Flying, vigilance, trample, haste. Oh yeah, the Fantastic Four has none of those abilities. When Power Pack deals combat damage to a player, exile target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard chosen at random. At the beginning of your next upkeep, you may cast that card without paying its mana cost. If the spell would be put in a graveyard, exile it instead. That's mildly interesting. I forget who's in the Power Pack, but it's cool that they got a card. Thanos the Man Titan. This is the one that you can pay Wooburg plus colorless to do an extinction event, which is a specific card. That's the where you destroy each creature that's either odd mana value or even mana value. Director Nick Fury. Hero spells cost 1 less to cast. Okay. Whenever you attack, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a hero from among them and put that card into your hand. Rest go to the bottom of your library in random order. Okay. Captain America, Team Leader. Whenever another hero you control enters, it gains vigilance and haste until end of turn, and it gets a +1/+1 counter. And Captain America gets a +1/+1 counter. Okay, so if we're gonna do hero stuff, if we were going to do a hero deck, these two would be the leader of it. And it's Jeskai because it's red, white, and blue, baby. But then we have Doctor Doom and Loki for the villains. In Grixis. Whenever Loki attacks, create a tapped and attacking token that's a copy of another target villain you control, except it isn't legendary, and it's an illusion in addition to its other types. Sacrifice that token at the beginning of the next end step. Whenever one or more villains you control deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. That's 1 or more, okay. I actually do like Loki the Deceiver. Dr. Tomb, King of Latveria. Whenever you discard 1 or more land cards, each opponent loses 2 life. At the beginning of combat on your turn, each target villain you control gains menace until end of turn, and it connives. Cool. So if we were going to do villain, and those two sets of 2 were from Precons, and I imagine the Power Pack and the Fantastic Four were also from Precons, going by their symbols. Okay, this playlist isn't auto-playing anymore, and I don't know why.
best handheld gaming accessory on the market.
It got stuck in the branch that it was growing on, and
We'll see if it auto plays after this song. I kind of refreshed the tab. So what are we on? Astonishing Ant-Man. Whenever you draw a card, he gets a +1/+1 counter. Okay. And then you can pay 2 and a green, tap, remove any number of +1/+1 counters. And create that many insects. 1/1 green insects. Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, until end of turn, this thing becomes a 6/6 with trample. Whenever an artifact you control enters, you draw a card once a turn. Okay. Brawn, Amadeus Cho. When he enters, draw a card, and then you can power up to put a +1/+1 counter on him for each card in your hand. Certainly a thing. Beast, Erudite Aerialist. As long as you've put 1 or more +1/+1 counters on Beast this turn, he has flying, and whenever he deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Ant-Man, Reformed Rogue. Whenever you cast a green spell, Ant-Man gets +1/+1 or +1/+0 and trample until end of turn. Whenever you cast a blue spell, Ant-Man gets -1/-0 until end of turn, can't be blocked this turn. And whenever he deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. I don't know if I'd put a whole deck around him for Commander, but for Brawl, I would probably deal with that. And cast a lot of green-blue spells. In fact, there's like 3 Ant-Men right here. I wonder if we could make an Ant-Man deck where it's like all 3 Ant-Mans and then a bunch of insects. Whenever Ant-Man attacks, you may pay 1. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Whenever you put a +1/+1 counter on a creature, create an insect once a turn. Okay. I mean, that deck is already kind of coalescing in my mind. So I actually think let's scroll to the top. Oh wait, no. Let's leave it right here. Do this. Do this. Do this. Do that in a new tab. And then go back down here for that, because we'll come back here. So this is... This is less for Commander and more for Brawl. Though admittedly, maybe I might be more of a Brawl player than a Commander player, because I'm not sure if any of my decks are actually good for having 3 opponents instead of 1. Huh. Aberrant Mana Worm. Ant-Man. Ant-Man. Well, that's mildly interesting. There's an Ant-Man with Skulk. Elephant Mandrill. Ant-Man Scott Lang. Ant-Man's army. Giant Mantis. So this is actually 4 colors. So maybe spell the word legend correctly. Wurg. It's mildly interesting. Huh. Anyway, we're gonna do our usual thing of... There a different printing? Yes, good. Where we have Kinaios and Hero of Miletus hiding our deck. Okay, so you are technically ramp. That's technically ramp since he gives us a treasure token. And you technically go into ramp. It has flying, it goes into evasion. So we get here because there was another card I wanted to put in here. It's the Iridescent Horde Madel. At the beginning of your end step, create a 1/1 green insect creature token for each +1/+1 counter you put on a creature as you control this turn. Ding. So that obviously goes better if we just stuck with these two colors. But that's fine. I kind of just wanted to see where we could go with this. And the pulling in Jeskai colors, not super necessary to this deck, so we are obviously going to take cards out of it. I just wanted to... So we minus you. And as cool as you are, minus you. Then we can minus you. And which one of these two Ant-Mans? Whenever you draw a card, this guy has to attack. You get to be Ant-Man. You get to be the commander. Whoops. Ant-Man Arms Forces. Whoops. We're going to want to do more +1/+1 counter stuff. And also draw more cards. Oh, let's get our lands. Not you, not you. 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 Two or more. We'll put in the Scryland. Put so many things in the way when you... 6 more lands as it turns out. I'll take the Yamamaya Coast. We'll take the Flooded Grove. We'll take the Simic Growth Chamber. Oh, 2 more basics. I missed that guy. We'll put in Boseiju Who Endures. These two that make you return untapped lands, they can eat all of the butts. That is awful. Why is Trenzalore Clock Tower here? Mystic Sanctuary, just because we're gonna have a non-zero number of instants and sorceries. Oh, unless our components control 8 or more lands. Yeah, that's... put that in instead because it has the land types. Bloop. Oh, gotta scratch my back. And we are in fact at the eating our vegetables point of this. MV equals 2T sorcery O search O land O battlefield. Farseek into the north, rampant growth. I saw a great alternative, shared roots. Nature's lore and 3 visits. Oh, and we can glimpse the core too. Look at that. I forgot about glimpse the core. Where does that put us on ramp? That gives us 7 pieces of ramp, counting not counting the guy that. Never mind. The guy that was making his treasures ain't in here anymore. Oh wait, no, here he is. This guy. That gives us green mana for big creatures. We are going to do a couple pieces of artifact ramp. 3 pieces to be exact. The Arcane Signet. The Simic Signet. And the Talisman of Curiosity, assuming we can get a cool... Oh, what sets this from? Oh, Secrets of Strixhaven. That's neat. Oh, the Pip-Boy one is a magazine. We gotta... And then the Doctor Who one are those goggles. We'll go with the Pip-Boy one. Well, that's our 10 pieces of ramp. We have 1 piece of card draw. Oh, we can Idol of Oblivion because we're going to be creating a non-zero number. And of course the Tome of Legs. Just seeing which comic book they're reading. Obviously it was Avengers, that part I can read. I was just wondering if I can glean what issue. It's definitely an older one. I feel like it's one that I had. If it's actually, if they use an actual comic cover. Now we can do things like fun to see if they exist. OTAG, draw. Get the T in there. T, insect. Okay. Geez, that costs 8. When it dies, draw a card. Leaves the battlefield, draws a card. We can sacrifice to draw a card. This has cycling. This has looting. That has us discard land cards to draw cards. Whenever a creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it dies, draw a card. That could something we can maybe work with. This thing destroys rooms. This thing can destroy artifacts or enchantments. This thing can destroy artifacts on combat damage to a player. Oh, we can sacrifice this might to exile a target non-creature artifact or non-creature enchantment. Return stuff from their graveyard to their hand to destroy an artifact or enchantment. That is wild. This was +1, -1/-1 counters and stuff. Turn face up, it destroys things. That's a lot of setup. Oh, this thing can do a fight. That's mildly interesting. But we have to have creature cards in our graveyard for that to really be worth it, I think. We'll put it in anyway. When this thing becomes blocked, you may destroy target artifact or enchantment defending player controls. I like you're not supposed to want to give your opponent's choice, but I think that's funny. That is too much for that. And that. Yeah, I thought so. I don't even care what those do. And where's the other one? Giant mantis is an actual insect. Okay. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, this creature gets +X/+O until end of turn, where that's the mana value. Elephant Mandrill. When this creature enters, each player creates a food token. At the beginning of combat and turn, this creature +1/+1. They'll turn for each artifact your opponent's control. And this is counter. Ant Man. Because that amuses the heck out of me. They're not even bad cards. It's just dumb as heck. But I feel like this is the exact kind of dumb as heck that Scott Lang would get behind. We still need to do more stuff with +1/+1 counters. There's a couple of remove a counter things. this guy draws a card. Oh, Mr. Hyde can do that too, just slightly different timing. That costs mana to do, so I'm not a fan of that. Once again, it's reminding us of how to correctly gender Leatherhead. Leatherhead is a she. Probably not really worth it to do anything with Power Conduit unless we were messing around with counter doublers, which I'm not sure we're going to bother with. I think there's a remove 2 counters. Nope. There's another one. But I don't remember if it was in these colors. Actually, there were 2 more that I'm thinking of. And one of them I know is in these colors. And the other one, I don't remember its name. The one that I know of, you did not continue playing this music, did you? Why do you not? Why are you not auto-playing anymore? Hold on. Try pressing that.
Neutrogena Ultra Sheer Sunscreen. There's no white cast,
And we'll skip
so you
this
can't
ad
see
as
it.
soon as it lets me. Nope.
A meal that rises above the rest. The new $10 Gotta Have It box deal. Your choice of wrap.
Yeah, I'm sure that's relevant to everyone. Let's turn the music all the way back up just in case. Because I have my mic faced more towards me, so it should catch my voice better. Anyway. What was I saying? Given token not valid. Awesome. We get to wait here while whatever recovers. Sneeze coming on. Oh, I feel that in my entire body. I don't need this. Want it to be free. This only does artifacts. That does feel mildly loud now that I'm listening to it. That should be better. This was in the other direction. Creatures you control have one or more counters are put onto this creature. For the first time, draw a card. More like counters than the card draw yourself, but whatever. That one legend from this set that I guess isn't in these colors. thought it was. The Farmer in the Dell instrumental. Also, clicking a certain button made the playlist. Okay, so the thing I was thinking about was Selesnya. So that solves that mystery. Gotta scratch my back. Raise the palisade, which will return, which I would not have it return insects. I'd have it return non-insects, so that Ant-Man has to go away. But that's fine because, you know, we're not gonna have. We're not gonna have a whole bunch. It's gonna return a whole bunch of my own stuff, but that's fine. Okay, good. I did fix the autoplay problem. Curse of the Swine turns stuff into 2/2 boars. Aether Eyes and Aether Spouts get rid of attacking creatures. So they're not great against multiple opponents, but they're great against one. Pest Infestation seems appropriate for this deck. They're not insects, but they're on theme. You gotta go with that one though. going with the sciencey removal rather than the tap down removal. Not the tap down, but the removing abilities removal for this one, just because it makes more sense, even if it might be less good. Nature's Claim. Jeez, I couldn't remember the original name of that spell. The one that destroys an artifact or enchantment from 1 mana, but the controller gains 4 life. I was like, what the heck is that spell? Man. This one has the flying reminder text on it. That is hilarious. You don't see that very often. Just had to stretch. See what big insects we can do. Sure. The add a page that creates a copy of itself when it deals combat damage to a player. Excuse me. Hornet Queen. It's 5 bodies for 7 mana. Plus, this one makes a bunch of insects. That's mildly interesting. We get insects for poison counters. This thing dies into insects. Mildly interesting. The Ant Queen to create more ants. This thing becomes a 15/15 if we control a lot of lands, which is entirely possible. But I'm not going to count on it. Whenever Spring Leaf Avenger deals combat damage to a player, return target permanent card from graveyard to your hand. Sure. Like, we're not making the strongest deck, my friends. Ooh, whenever Baxter enters or attacks, each creature controlled with a counter on it gains flying until end of turn. Whenever you draw a card, he gets a +1/+1 counter. Yes.
Okay, you're watching YouTube, but did you know there's a YouTube music app?
Because that cares about both drawing cards and +1/+1 counters. Surprised I was actually impatient when I was searching for draw and counters. Also, I think I didn't do counters and draw at the same time. I did remove. This is such a weird card. It's a 3/3 for 4 that you can pay a green and sacrifice to put a 1/1 flyer into play at the end of the turn. There's the discard land to draw cards. Saber Ant's a less interesting version of that other card that we put in that was more mana value. Lands you control enter untapped, and whenever we attack a player, we get a lander token. Actually, I like that. Because that means lands that normally come into play tapped will come into play untapped no matter what. And then all of those land ramp cards, they'll come into play untapped if this guy's out. This is still wild. For one thing, I think they have to have 2 cards in the graveyard for you to be able to do that. And then there's sometimes where you want to put stuff from their graveyard back into their hand. But we're not doing that. We're not scoot swarming either. Increment. That means when you cast a spell with mana value higher than this thing's power or toughness, it gets a +1/+1 counter. So we're this weird cube bee colony. Oh, the Broodguard Elite gets a bunch of +1/+1 counters. And when it leaves the battlefield, you put those counters on another creature, so that's good. Things with +1/+1 counters have trample. That's always nice. Mana value exactly equal to 1. I'm not expecting a whole lot here. Oh, Scoop Mob's a 1/1. I was wondering where the thing was. We'll do that. I do. If we have 5 or more lands, he gets 4 +1/+1 counters that we can later remove for card draw. We have 26 creatures. Not the greatest set of creatures. What are we at? We're at 86? Lord. I feel like there's more removal that I'm missing. We don't have a whole lot of flyers. So I think I know what else I want to put. Oh, we actually really want to put in more stuff that gives +1/+1 counters. I'm going to go over here. We will do, oh, Swiftfoot Boots, Skull Clamp, Lightning Greaves. The Ozolith is actually a good idea, but we're actually going to go Adamantium Bonding Tank. Oh, right. This one that whenever you draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature.
YouTube TV is amazing. Why would you settle for anything less?
Okay, yeah, no, I like him.
Can you imagine if Zlatan was
And then modified creatures gain flying.
Yeah, no.
Don't settle for that. The #1 live TV service now has 10 more affordable plans. Try YouTube TV for free.
I am ignoring the ones that put extra counters on. Let's go down to creature. Extra tokens. There's a version of this that is better than that. Fail State Crater Hoof. I am actually going to dodge that. Oh, +1/+1 counters can't be blocked. Whenever a creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under your control, you get an experience counter. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put X +1/+1 counters on another target creature you control, where X is the number of experience counters you have. You know what? Sneak that guy in there. Turn all my creatures into mana dorks? Flying, no maximum hand size. Whenever a creature token you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. That's mildly interesting. There's a mild bit of that'll get out of control. I do like the Chasm Skulker because it explodes into squids. We'll Curiosity Crafter. Oh, the Ouroboros. Because it puts them on each creature we control. Oh, Mr. Fantastic drawing us cards again. It wasn't he? Nope. I was thinking of somewhere else. Enchantments. Tear Symbiosis to draw another card. Sneak in Simic Ascendancy, because that's funny. That's our baloney alternate win con, not Crater Hoof. Nope, not Kindred Discovering. Creatures of control with +1/+1 counters have reach and trample. That might actually be important. I'm gonna not be afraid of discarding cards with this deck just because a lot of our cards are garbage. It's funny that Mana Drain is no longer a game changer. Oh, we're at 99. Oof, I'm glad I stopped to check. What? Oh, good, I have evasion. That's a section. Evasion as well. And then I guess you go into counters. Oh, I know what I want the last one to be. I spelled it so bad I couldn't figure out what I was trying to say. You know, our good friend the Mithril Coat. And the extra gold printing. That is only like $5 more. I think we made something solidly bracket 2, I guess. I don't know. I'm not great at judging brackets. I just know that I do not play in bracket 4, and I probably don't play in bracket 3.
Shockingly good podcast on the YouTube Music app.
Unless it's like bracket 3 parentheses, no game changers. How many card draw do I have? 9? But it's not... Like, I could use more card draw, but that's not the worst card draw I've ever seen. Especially out of me. Okay, I like that. What time are we on? Oh, hour 42. Well, I can talk for a bit more. Absorbing Man. Darn it. Vigilance. 4/4 for 3. Power creep. I guess it's a rare, so that's okay. And legendary. At the beginning of your first main phase, until your next turn, Absorbing Man becomes a copy of up to one target artifact, which could be an equipment, because it does not say, but non-aura enchantment or land, except his name is Absorbing Man. He's legendary, and he's a 4/4 human villain creature in addition to his other types. And he has vigilance. That's cool. I don't know if I feel like making a deck around him, but he is cool. War Machine, Legacy of Iron. When I was a kid, I always preferred War Machine to Iron Man, because Iron Man shot lasers, but War Machine shot ballistics. And, like, to me, the ballistics was cooler than lasers. So I was the exact audience for that, even though lasers, depending on the type of armor your enemy has, lasers are better. Well, now here's me being a Battletech nerd. It depends on which is more important, the amount of heat that they create or how much tonnage they take up. And obviously you want pulse lasers, because they're more accurate. At the beginning of combat on your turn, another target creature you control gets plus X so until a turn, where X is War Machine's power. That's neat. Don't think I'm going to make a deck around him, but I've definitely put him in a Boros deck with fun stuff. What do we got here? Thor Odinson, Flying Vigilance, Double Prowess. That's cool. That's definitely going to be fun in Brawl. Patriot, Young Avenger. I wear this uniform for respect for Captain America. Isaiah Bradley, my grandfather. So that guy has... So is this alternate reality or future man? Because I am one of those people... who thinks some characters can be the original Patriot was Jeffrey Mason, 1941. Okay, so Patriot, Marvel Comics. Let's go down here. And the second incarnation. Okay, so the one from the card is from the April 2005 version. And then apparently there's Rayshawn Lucas from 2017. That's not the one I care about. Second Patriot is Eli Bradley, created by Alan Heiberg and Jim Cheung. Young Avengers #1. Okay. So Isaiah Bradley. Oh, he appears in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Oh! Yeah. this guy. Yeah, neat. Anyway, he has prowess, and if he's equipped, other creatures you control get +1/+0. I feel like that there's a fun Boros Heroes deck in here, because prowess triggers off of equipment, because they're non-creature spells. War Machine, Patriot, Thor. Pointed them in the order that I wasn't saying them in. Confused myself. Marvel Boy, Novar. Whenever another creature you control enters, and whenever you activate a power-up ability, he gets a +1/+1 counter. I do not have any power-up abilities yet in this prospective deck that I don't have a commander for. Daredevil, Man Without Fear. Vigilance, Haste. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. Okay. Interesting in this color combination. Whenever you attack, but this is where it's important, you may exile the top card of your library. If that card is a hero card, Daredevil gets +2/+1 until end of turn, and you may play that card this turn. Oh, that's separate. You may play this card this turn no matter what. Okay. That's neat. Captain Marvel, Apex Avenger. Flying, Double Strike, Indestructible. Fighting off the Brood there. Those things are evil, gross, nasty, and nightmarish. Whenever you put one or more counters on another creature, unfortunately, the next part is if it's not a Kree, which Marvel Boy is a Kree. And he's wearing shorts for some reason. You may put the same number and kind of counters on Captain Marvel. That's interesting. Too bad Marvel Boy doesn't work with her. And then we have one of many Black Widows in the set. Black Widow, Agile Avenger. Menace. Whenever an opponent draws their second card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Black Widow and you draw a card. Oh, that's cool. Hey, Blue player, thanks. Although it's only their second card. And that gets a counter on both her and Captain Marvel. Though Captain Marvel's 7 mana. When we get down further, we'll see. Now we are on to Golgari. Titania, Rugged Rumbler. In addition to cast this, an additional cost to cast a spell, you either discard a card or you pay 2. And that's also her ward cost, and she's a 5/5 for 3. She's a 5/5 for 3, discard a card, or a 5/5 for 5. The Serpent Society. There's a lot of talk about this one. 3 mana, 3/4 with Death Touch. With Ward, get 5 poison counters. That is hilarious and funny in Brawl. Probably not the best in Commander, because that means your opponents will be each of your opponents will be willing to remove Serpent Society once. Instead of in Brawl, where your opponent might get rid of your Serpent Society once, but not a second time. Not counting edicts and sweepers. Whenever another creature you control with Death Touch dies, each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature of their choice. That's the really cool part, though. Although it says another. I did build a deck for them on Arena. I don't know if I'll do it for the show. I do think they're neat. And what's cool about my deck on Arena is that I filled out the low end with ramp and the high end with big things with Death Touch. And then I also put in some recursion. I also put this guy in it, Killmonger, because it's whenever another creature you control with Death Touch dies, And Killmonger says, when Killmonger enters, you may sacrifice another creature. When you do, destroy target non-land permanent opponent controls. So you sacrifice the creature, destroy a non-land permanent, then they sacrifice a non-token creature. And then as long as there are 2 or more creature cards in your graveyard, Killmonger gets +2/+1, so it becomes a 5/4. And notice he doesn't have Death Touch, but that's fine. Atlas, Sizable Stooge, has Reach. Whenever Atlas attacks or blocks, you gain 1 life for each creature you control with power 4 or greater. That's kind of neat. Nothing to build a commander deck around. Still like Serpent Society over here, though. The Sinister Squadron. I'm not entirely sure who these people are. And also they're like, well, I guess they're in two of the 3 villain colors, just not in a combination that's particularly helpful. Other villains you control, flying haste, other villains you control get +2/+2 and have flying and haste. That is cool though. And they have mayhem, so you can cast them. Oh, they cost 7, but if you discard them to say connive, you pay 5 instead of 7. Oh, here's another great one. Speedball, New Warrior. Whenever a player casts a spell that targets Speedball, he gets +2/+2 until end of turn. You may choose new targets for that spell. Auras are that. Instants and sorceries, obviously. Most importantly, removal spells make it funny as heck. So as long as another creature exists, or legal target if it's something that can target anything. As long as another legal target exists, Speedball can't be removed with spot removal. He has to either be swept up in a sweeper, or be the preferable option in an edict effect. I think that is heckin' cool. I don't know if I'm smart enough to make a good deck with him at the helm, but I do like him a lot. And good luck, a high 5 track down the name of his cat. You can check out their episode to learn it. Has all the same powers as Speedball, apparently, which is wild. I don't know how that happened. Scarlet Witch, Chaotic Avenger. Flying. Whenever Scarlet Witch deals combat damage to a player, look at the top 2 cards of your library. Exile them face down. Then you may cast a hero or non-creature spell from among cards exiled with Scarlet Witch without paying its mana cost. I don't like stuff like that because it requires Scarlet Witch to hang around, otherwise she forgets what cards she exiled. Red Ghost, Intangible Genius. Human Scientist villain. I wonder if Is It Villains is a thing. I wouldn't put Squadron Sinister in the command zone though, because you don't get the mayhem. Red Ghost can be blocked, cool. Ward 2, fun. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, we get a red ape villain creature token with haste. Comic books, my man. Oh, I think this is asking me if I'm still listening. Yes. Quicksilver Speedster. I wonder if we can put all the Speedsters in the same deck. They should all be red and red adjacent, right? That's the thing I'll have to look into. Flash Double Strike Haste. As long as Quicksilver is tapped, you may cast spells as though they had Flash. That is wild! gives all of your other spells flash as long as he's attacking. I like him. Have we run into any other speedsters? No, because I don't think any of the colorless things are speedsters. No. Iron Man, Master of Machines, Flying Vigilance, +1/+0 for each other artifact you control. Is it artifacts? Whenever Iron Man attacks, if an artifact enters the battlefield under your control this turn, draw a card. That's neat. Iron Lad, Young Avenger. Oh, this is a version of Kang the Conqueror that became Iron Man and not a villain. He has flying and non-creature spells cost 1 less to cast. Fun. Oh, Iceman and Firestar. Oh, Firestar actually gets to be on a card, but not by herself. So far. Whenever you cast a blue spell, tap a creature. When you cast a red spell, you may discard a card if you do draw a card. Simple enough. Hawkeye, Avenging Archer. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, if Hawkeye dealt damage to it, draw a card. Tap to have Hawkeye deal 1 damage to any target. That's fun. Astonishing Spider-Man. Reach. Attacks, discard your hand. If you do, draw a card for each card you've discarded this turn. So not just then, but if you've discarded cards before that. Ant-Man, the Elusive Avenger. That's we talked about him. He has Skulk without the name. And he gets us a treasure token. At least one. Winter Soldier, Icy Assassin, so this is him before his redemption. Vigilance Menace, +2/+0 for each equipment attached to him, so Orzhov equipment, wild. Return this card from graveyard to the battlefield with finality counter on him. You may attach an equipment card you control to him. Interesting. U.S. Agent John Walker. This guy put in work in Limited. Just because that shield actually helped. When U.S. Agent enters, create a colorless equipment artifact token named Sturdy Shield with equipped creature gets +1/+2 and equip 2 and attach to U.S. Agent. Attaching that to other creatures kind of really helped. The Kingpin of Crime. He has Extort, obviously. Which, whenever you cast the spell, you may pay either white or black. If you do, each opponent loses life and you gain that much life. Whenever you attack, you may pay 2 life. If you do, until end of turn, creatures you control with toughness greater than their power assign combat damage equal to their toughness rather than their power. Oh, so Orzhov butts. Nice. Cloak and Dagger Entwined. They will never get separate cards because they are very, very linked. Good thing they like each other. Death Touch and Lifelinks, that's fun. I like that. I like that just by itself. A 2/2 for 3 with Death Touch and Lifelink. It better have more text because I've seen things of lower rarity of that mana value. Be 3/3s. And have flying. Or maybe that one was a rare. Whatever. When Cloak and Dagger enter, choose target opponent and up to 1 target creature they control. They reveal their hand. You may exile a non-land card from their hand or the chosen creature card until they leave the battlefield. Not great, but I'm gonna go to rulings to see if it tells you. Nope. Because I imagine the card from their hand goes back to their hand, and the card from play goes back to play. Like, not great, but I don't hate it. Like, again, Death Touch and Lifelink on the same creature, I don't know, that just scratches an itch. That I'm very happy. Black Widow, Double Agent, Hero Villain. Death Touch. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains first strike and menace until end of turn. Oh, that's actually really sweet. But what you want to do is put on a combat damage to player effect to make them want to want to block. You know what card I haven't been putting in any of these decks that I really should? Buster Sword. And this made me think about it. Because one, that just makes her bigger, like by +3/+3, I think it was, or is it +3/+2? Buster Sword increases it by something. But then when you do combat damage to a player, you get to draw a card and get a free spell. But then Black Widow has Death Touch, so you have that on her. Boom, she attacks alone. Now she has First Strike, Death Touch, and Menace, so you have to block her with two things if you don't want me to get a free thing. And then if we can add Trample to that, I'm gonna get a free thing anyway. And if she's the commander, what time are we on? We're at a little over 2 hours. Okay, so we're gonna dedicate another thing. Yeah, I think we're going to give this Black Widow a deck. So we do this. We do this. We do that. And then we click this just so it's back up here. I'm going to call it Widow's Peak. A little pretentious, but also a joke. We're just going to search for the word widow. And can we Mardu this somehow? She has red on her. That's wild. Huh. Widow's Walk is a room that gives creatures attacking alone +1/+0 and Death Touch. I'm gonna put this in here. Origin of the Black Widow. There's the White Widow. Widow's Bite. See, and this is where I kind of want to make this Mardu. We could make it 4th color, because I was thinking of jokes of putting in the Widow Spiders. As terrible as they all are. But you... Well, no, we'll just put you in the deck for now. So this would be minus blue... Right now we're minus blue if we wanted to put everything in. Let's do that for now. No, that goes against my theme. It is sad because we're missing this one. That is really good. Whenever an opponent draws their second card, you also get to draw a card, and this particular Black Widow gets bigger. That'll be another jokey deck. They made Black Widow a red bear, which is mild, which is really stupidly funny. Because for some reason we associate bears with Russia. She's Russian. The Russians are red. Because communism. Hold on. I gotta share this card with a Magic the Gathering Discord group that I am in. That only has people I know in it. Hold on. This card is stupidly funny. To the person who created this card, you're a genius and I hate you.
Yeah, no, don't settle for that. The #1 live TV service now has 10 more affordable plans.
Send you as commander. Because the whole point of the deck wasn't any... Like, we can be funny about this later. Oh, now I gotta do this. It would be a Saskia the Unyielding deck. That does admittedly feel pretty sweet. Unlike the other one where I gave up part way through. Anyway, yep, commander. She already has Death Touch, but this is just in case anyone wanted to attack with someone else. Origin of the Black. So this one was Derelict Attic. This also felt like it fit. When you unlock this door, you draw 2 cards and you lose 2 life. That's fine. And then Widow's Walk. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gets +1/+0 and Death Touch until end of turn. That's fine. Completely unnecessary, but just in case we're attacking alone with someone else. Origin of the Black Widow. Each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice. Creature control, they gain Death Touch until the turn. It's probably not going to matter. Each opponent loses 1 life for each creature card in their graveyard, so that's kind of cool. Widow's Bite, Teamwork 3, so you can tap any number of creatures with total power 3, yes, or more. So this is like another enlist or crew kind of thing, or station. Although I guess it's less like station, since station you can do over time. But choose one. If you did teamwork, you can choose both. Target creature gains Death Touch, or target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. Then Widow making Infiltrator, who is actually the Delothy Voidwalker. If a card would be put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. You know I don't mind stealing from graveyards. That's the one place I don't mind stealing from. And then you can sacrifice this creature to choose an exiled card an opponent owns with a void counter on it. You may play it this turn without paying its mana cost. So that's just a... They're counting it as a stacks piece, but it's only a stacks piece to someone who's running a lot of recursion. Whenever Black Widow, so when she enters, we mill 3 cards. I don't like that. She has Menace though, so that's cool. Whenever she deals combat damage to a player, each opponent loses life equal to the number of creature cards in our graveyard. So let's, new category, That's like burn. White Widow, free agent. When White Widow enters, choose one. We put a +1/+1 counter on up to 2 target creatures. Or we can return an artifact or enchantment from our graveyard to our hand. Actually just going to do that instead. Black Widow, Intel Expert. First strike, whenever she deals combat damage to an opponent, you and that player draw 2 cards. Not a fan, but sure, why not? Black Widow, Deadly Hunter. Whenever a creature you control with Death Touch deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card and lose a life. Oh, that's cool. White Widow, Yelena Belova. She has great flavor text. Assassinations only happen to important people. It's a compliment. Whenever a creature you control with Death Touch deals combat damage to a player, it gets a +1/+1 counter, so that's cool. So this is Orzhov Death Touch, even though not everything in here gets Death Touch automatically, but that's fine. Black Widow, Super Spy. I have a feeling she's going to set off those lasers the way she's moving. Menace, whenever Black Widow deals combat damage to a player, that player exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile an online card. You may put a +1/+1 counter on Black Widow. If you don't, you may cast the exiled non-land card until end of turn, and mana of any type can be used to cast its spell. She steals stuff, not a fan of it, but we're leaving her in the deck because she is Black Widow. And, hold on. God, those cards stay exiled. So that's 2 things. Stealing from the deck and exile mill. Gah. Kill that thing on contact. Or on site. Let's get our lands. Oh, Lord, help me. Help the internet. I'll give it a moment. There we go. Command tower. We'll fix these in a minute. Of course, we gotta reboot again because it's stupid as all heck. The chapel, the caves. You, sure you, sure. Huh. 5 mana creatures you control, because you tap this as well. Creatures you control can gain Death Touch and Lifelink until end of turn. I like gaining Lifelink. That'll be like a 38th land, I think. Well, no, maybe we can stay. Temple, Scry, opponents. Surveil. Control. We do for lands 35. If I missed anything from Cycles. Returning untapped is for suckers. We'll do the Arid Archway. We're in a 2-color deck, it's fine. You definitely don't need any of these fancy 5-color lands, I'll tell you what.
Watch hit movies and TV shows on YouTube.
You do this long enough, lies become the truth.
People are saying words, that is definitely an ad.
More streaming channels to
Here we go, 2 or more basics. Opponents have 8 or more lands, sure. And the one we can cycle. So we will take out the Arid Archway. And the thing that gives... There we go. So now we're at 37. Changing how I am sitting. So now Searching for arm removal. Whoops. I forgot one important thing. We'll go erode. What's nice about these two colors is that you get a lot of really cheap removal. With various downsides, but still. Unwanted remake. Swords to Plowshares. Bovine Intervention gets artifacts. Gotta change how I'm sitting again. This didn't last long. Ugh. Don't think we need Bitter Triumph. Because now that we're past 1 mana, I'm kind of more concerned about either oh, come on, word. Variety? Something like that. The more different things it can hit, or whether or not it'll exile it. Not too concerned about creature or planeswalker, I should say. Exile target creature. We have a lot of humans. Disenchant for artifact and enchantment specifically. Fateful Absence instead of the black ones, because I'd rather give my opponent a clue token. Go for the throat. Nah. Creature, enchantment, or planeswalker, they get 2 map tokens. Target creature, we lose 2 life. I'm fine with that. Parting Gust, exiles in return for a fish. A tapped fish on top of that. Anguished Unmaking because it's non-land permanent. Crypt Swap isn't worth its thing.
Watch hit movies and TV shows on YouTube.
You did test this thing, right?
This is the test.
Buy or rent new releases and get more
Oh, emergency
streaming
eject. I almost
channels
forget that
to
thing
watch your
exists.
favorites on YouTube.
YouTube slipping in ads for itself. generous gift to give people an elephant. We're probably going to have way more than we need, but that's where we just go back and stroke of midnight. Baleful Mastery. Like, we have so many good, decent options that I don't feel like taking the Deadly Rollick that is sometimes free, as long as we have our commander in play, or Drag to the Underworld that costs 2 if we have 2 black mana pips on the battlefield. But I am going down to a card that other people call bad. Utter End. Exile target non-land permanent. That is 17 pieces of removal. And this is where we go, okay, so this costs 2, but they get to draw a card. But not necessarily the person whose stuff you got rid of. It could be any of your opponents. Yes, it's an opponent. I'm gonna get rid of his thing and give that guy a card. Ha 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 ha. But at this point, we don't actually need Utter End because it costs a lot. Because we have Stroke of Midnight, and at this point we can get rid of Generous Gift because it gives them a bigger creature than these other things. So look, non-land permanent. Non-land permanent. I think Generous Gift is permanent, but we're playing in lower brackets where you're probably less concerned with your opponent's lands. Honestly, we can get rid of Widow's Bite because it's just not good. But we're not going to because it's just one of the dumb cards for the deck. We'll just have 15 pieces of removal. And that's Exile. The other one's a Destroy. Yeah. Oh, we can get rid of Infernal Grass, honestly. And there's my opinion. White has better removal than black. Remembering that OTAG ramp is a thing, we are remembering Soul Ring this time. We didn't. Soul Ring, not necessary in a green deck. So... was looking at a currency converter the other day and was thinking I was completely wrong about the Daily Bugle newspaper, because that also has draw a card and discard a card on it, but a whole bunch of other text. But no, when I was talking about Daily Bugle being a functional reprint with a different name, it was Collector's Vault, not Currency Converter, and I just now get to see that. We will take the Felwar Stone. We will change the versions eventually.
Watch hit movies and TV shows on YouTube.
From this time on, we are endless.
Get Stars and more streaming channels to watch your favorites on YouTube.
We'll put in both of the Infinity Stones. Even though I doubt we will harness the Mind Stone, but the Soul Stone is entirely possible. Proxy these things. Good lord. How many pieces of ramp is that? 12. 2 more than we need. So I would I'd remove Charcoal Diamond and Marble Diamond, even though they're colored, but that's because they come into play tapped. Excuse me, sorry. Of course, we gotta have the waifu one. And this one has to be the Shield Spy Satellite. And this one has to be the Cyberman head. Oh, we get to have Old Border and the cool art. And oh, that's cool as heck. Secrets of Strixhaven Commander, huh? But we will grab the magazine. I mean, we could have dropped the Iron Crag. I guess we'll drop the Iron Crag now. Not a fan of it, but that's only because on Arena, every time a legendary creature comes into play, like, do you want to transform this into to no longer a mana rock? No, Iron Crags. We're not pulling the sword out of the stone. That is exile. Not even going to have a mass disruption section, we just have settle the wreckage. Oh, you rode. Still not removing anything. We do have a mass disruption section. I forgot about that other thing. thinking. How many creatures do we have? 7. 13 will put us up to 86. All of our current creatures are ladies. I'm gonna check something. Art, woman, T, creature. So now we're just looking at ladies, femme fatales, if you will. This is going to be kind of a long look at stuff. I have a feeling both Shieldred and Avacyn are going to make... I mean, not Avacyn. Oh, what's her name? I have soft tacos. Shieldred and Elish Norn are going to make it into this deck. Just saying. Agent Maria Hill. Oh, ooh, they're spies. That's actually important. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, investigate. Whenever she taps, pay teamwork costs, which we don't have a whole lot of teamwork. Even though this is Agent Phil Carlson, that's a woman right there. And that's a woman right there. A Chroma. Too bad the one that she partners with is blue. Whenever you gain life... Boy, if we were gaining life in this deck, that'd be pretty cool. Oh, Amazing Spider-Girl. I don't think I've seen her yet. Oh, Mayday Parker. Okay. There's a lot of Spider-Women. Several of them actually related to Peter through wonky timeline stuff. She just has web slinging, flying, and vigilance. Okay. The ambitious farmhand is a lady. Ambrosia is a lady bird. Attacking creatures gain indestructible. Part of me feels like I should have ordered this by
And TV shows on YouTube.
CMC, but
Get Paramount Plus and more streaming channels to watch your favorites on YouTube.
when Angel of Despair enters the battlefield, destroy target permanent. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is just a color-specific meteor golem with flying and better stats. Ashnod almost went into my Serpent Society deck, but I was like, I don't really need those Power Stone tokens, and she has to attack. Ooh, whenever Ashling the Extinguisher deals combat damage to a player, choose target creature that player controls. He or she sacrifices that creature. I like that. If she can, and also purple flames with the black, awesome. When Ashen Rider enters the battlefield or dies, exile target permanent. Costs a lot, but that's a fun high-end assassin. Destroyer of stuff. I know we probably would want better ramp to get to that, but it's also something we can discard if we draw it too early. Excuse me. Even though this thing doesn't have anything to do with equipment, it reminded me that I need to put equipment into this deck as soon as I get to exactly 20 creatures. Which reminds me, you are technically card draw. Type, we're at 11 creatures. If there are 10 or more creature cards in all total in all graveyards combined, this spell costs 6 less to cast. And then It's a 6/5 that you can also just tap to destroy target creature that can't be regenerated. It's like almost, but no. Like that ability should go on something that I'd rather not attack with. The Eternal Pilgrim is an interesting card, and she's definitely her own commander. She has Death Touch, and sacrifice another creature. You gain life equal to the sacrifice creature's toughness. But then you also,
Oh, hello there. Eric Yon here.
that's one generic. And this is generic white-black. Sacrifice another creature, exile target non-land permanent, activate only if you have at least 10 life more than your starting life total. That's like its own thing. And notice neither of those are tap abilities. Good lord. Yeah, that's some fun, mean stuff. Probably not as strong as it used to be. Beloved Princess. Oh, Black Cat, Cunning Thief, what do you do? Oh, she steals stuff. You know we don't do that. Except for the one card that we do it with. And even then, that one we plan on not actually using the Super Spy. As long as you're super winning the game, Blood Baron of Vizkopa is a 10/10. Ridiculous. No, we're not doing Demagogue. It's a tap ability, but man, I love having her in +1/+1 counter decks. Whenever you cast a spell that targets her, she gets +1/+1 counter. Irrelevant. But you can tap her to remove a +1/+1 counter to draw a card. We could hide Bruna and Gisela in the deck, but we're not going to do that. I'm just saying we could. Bronze Bombshell, still funny as heck. Robot that they put breasts on, and I think it explodes. When a player other than Bronze Bombshell owner controls it, that player sacrifices it. If that player does, it does 7 damage to him or her. So you got a harmless offering this to them. This is completely ridiculous. or that one commander that gives stuff away. It's silly. Silly, silly, silly. Or if you know opponent uses not expropriate, the other one, the red one, whatever that one's called, just so you can sneak in 7 damage and maybe that'll help them not win. Captain Marvel, Earth's Protector, Flying Lifelink. And if you have 7 mana, or just do 7 mana instead, she gets indestructible, which is neat. Oh, Carmen's kind of neat. Oh, Captain Marvel Shooting Star with her different outfit. Oh, right. Oh, boy. She costs 7. But she is a walking, repeatable Swords to Plowshares. We're throwing that in. That does kind of fit our assassin vibe, if I'm being honest. There's Cloak and Dagger again. Whenever you cast a spell that targets a creature you control. Nope. Crimson Cowl, Master of Evil. Whenever one or more non-token villains you control attack, you get a token villain. Desolation Angel, automatic bracket 4 nonsense. Because it destroys all of your lands or all lands.
Don't try to get around an oversized load or a pilot car. Let them guide you. Slow your pace. Give them space. Learn more at esc.org.
Activate abilities of creatures your opponents control can be activated. And she has all activated abilities of creatures your opponents control and mana of any type. Yep, no, that's fun. Okay, I'm gonna do something I haven't had to do in a while. I got to glue together 2 things, so I have to use the restroom. Okay, gotta resettle myself now that I'm sitting back down. Especially since we are only on D. Oh, LS Ilcor is a lady. Never would have guessed. Electro Daughter of the Hand has Sneak. Destroy small creatures, not worth it. Excuse me. Yep, we're doing this Elish Norn. Not the other ones, just this one. Oh, whoops, I forgot to start my music up again. There we go. This is a great Felidar Sovereign picture. Though I guess they're like, this version has a lady on it. Maybe it's because that's a queen crown and not a king crown? I have no idea. Oh, no. It's in the flavor text. Kneel before her Imperial Majesty. Yep, okay. We're on page 14 of 39 now, but they're going by fast because I'm just kind of gliding through. What secret layer was this? If we were doing more lifelink stuff, this Gwynnum would be pretty cool. We were doing more token stuff. I love Hardened Tactician. 1, sacrifice a token, draw a card. Solid. That's Hildebrand, but that's the lady in the art. She has a name, she has a card. I don't remember who she is. I'm fairly certain her card is literally her just doing that. We were gaining more life. The indulging penetration would be pretty cool. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain 3 more life, each opponent loses 3 life. Fun. Initiates of the Ebon Hand. I used to play a lot of that back in the day when I needed color fixing. You can filter any color of mana into black, but if you do it for more than 3 mana, you have to sacrifice the initiates at the end of the turn. Oh right, this is Iron Spider, but with it's the same Iron Spider as always, but it's Mary Jane in the suit. I feel like this is a stretch. Like, one of these characters down here is Yuna. And or Riku. And or Lulu. I'm gonna be right back. I'm not gonna stop the recording. You're just gonna listen to some music. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna mute my mic. Turned it off by the wrong thing, but I wasn't thinking. Okay, cool. Then we do this one more time. And then we have to get back up to page 17. So we're going to put in Karai. If you sneak her in, you get something from the graveyard to the battlefield. But after that, they go to your hand. So that's still cool.
It's cat time. We had so much fun teaming up with the Seraphim and Island
Moving my table. Oh, and also pointing my mic directly at me, just in case that helps. Lady Core. Oh, I like this one. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, return it to your hand, to the owner's hand at the beginning of the next end step. If a creature an opponent controls dies, exile it instead. That's always good. Vala preventing activated abilities, we'll put that in as well. Hiya. What even is this? Loyal retainers. That is a card that does not need that treatment. Assassins, mercenaries, and rogues. Our commander isn't any of those things. Otherwise, the killing pool would be pretty cool. Massacre known killer. Not for this deck, but she's cool. We'll put in the Meteor Golem. Because this art apparently is female. Or maybe there's a female farmer in here. Ah, Hirala is apparently pictured in here somewhere. But we're actually going to switch printings to this one. What are we at, by the way? 18 creatures. If I was right, that we would go to 86. I like how Okoye here gives creature tokens first strike if they're attacking.
YouTube TV is amazing. Why would you settle for anything less?
Why would anybody settle for just meh? Can you imagine if Zlatan was meh?
Yeah, no.
Don't settle for Mac. The #1 live TV service now has 10 more affordable plans. Try YouTube TV for free.
Oh, there's a lady back there, so Patriot is in the list. Oh, Peggy Carter, creature attacking alone, gets indestructible until end of turn. And that is why we keep looking. Because you never know when you'll run into something you forgot. Japanese, I assume, because it has the things above it. Seasoned Hollow Blade. Scratching my back. Yeah. Sedgemoor Witch is fun, just not for this deck. Goodest Doggo is a Lady Doggo. It's this Shield Red. And we're going to keep looking because I can always take stuff out. Well, that is playing. It's just quiet for me. Oh, Slitherix. Or that's probably the lady right there. I don't think that specific Solemn Simulacrum is a lady. Also not putting it in the deck. I do like the spell book vendor just to put the sorcerer rolls on stuff to get a bunch of scry, but we're not doing that here. Renault is on Squall Seed Mercenary. Although actually Squall does go well in this deck, if we're being honest. Because then it gives double strike. So I'm going to actually remove, where are you? Meteor Golem. And we're going to put in Squall. Because now I'm done with looking at ladies. And now we're going to look for the phrase attacks alone. Whenever a creature... Wow, this has a lady on it too and I missed it. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. That's honestly not good enough. Exalted stuff isn't the worst. This one puts +1/+1 counters on things that attack alone.
Oh, hello there. Eric Young here. Be sure to check out my brand new music video for Miss Me More. Only on YouTube.
Okay, Bob the Hydra Agent is kind of funny. Whenever Bob attacks alone, return him to his owner's hands. If you do, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. I just like one, that Bob Reluctant Hydra Agent, and 2, he's actually kind of good as long as his job is punching someone in the face and running away and bringing you a sandwich or something. Maybe not this Nick Fury. What kind of mana values are we sitting on for our creatures? We actually have a lot that are higher than 3. In fact, we probably kind of have a borked. No, we have a healthy amount here. It's just that all of our down low stuff is ramp. When equip creature attacks alone and tap it and scry 1, that's pretty cool. Sigil of Valor gets +1/+1 for each other creature you control until end of turn. That's mildly interesting. That's +1/+1 counters again. There's a lot of that number of creatures you control thing. That's Kithkin. Oh, the whip is card draw, so I like that. And it also is transitioning us into the next phase of our deck where I put in equipment. So of course we want the Buster Sword. And let's change this from type to category. And you go into card draw. Let's look at the Buster Sword. It's +3/+2, and whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, then you may cast a spell from your hand with mana value less than or equal to that damage without paying its mana cost. And then, what is this? That is removal? You are recursion, which... The funny thing is that, well, it does say permanent with mana value 3 or less. So if, like, other stuff gets destroyed, I mean, it can get back the origin of the Black Widow. That's what Squall can do. That is protection. Do I have a protection? I do not have a protection spot yet, so... Whoops. So let's get that up. Gotta be the one. Gotta get the stuff that protects us. And we don't necessarily want to be unblockable because we have Death Touch.
Check it out on YouTube, your one-stop shop for music.
Our card draw section is absolute butt garbage. It's mildly interesting. Whenever equipped creature attacks alone, you lose. Except it's equipped to Halfling 1, equipped to everyone else 4. I'm not a fan. This creates blood tokens that we can discard. Sacrifice this, discard, and draw. Whenever equipped creature becomes blocked by a creature, you may draw 2 cards. You know what? I like giving the choice of if you have Infiltration Lens and Buster Sword on, and you're like, I get to draw 2 cards and not get to cast anything for free, or draw a card and cast something for free. What do you want me to do? I am a big fan of that. Oh, Crown of Gondor makes us the Monarch. Or I guess the Tsar in our case? We're also go +1/+1 for each creature we control, which we won't have, like, it's like we're not big creature heavy. But, like, that's still a non... Yeah, you know what? Out of all of the things that you can introduce into the game, the Monarchy is one of the ones that people don't complain so much about. Flying Lifelink? Not sure. I don't like discarding. Ninja Blades is kind of cool. That when you draw a discard and then the player that you attacked loses life equal to the mana value of the card you discarded. It's like, oh man, I can't cast this right now. So I'm opening up another soft taco. This took longer than I thought, and I got hungry. Noteworthy good spark card, the Aether Spark. Change my mind on the Monarchy. What are we at for cards? 7 more. Probably use a bunch more black cards. I'm going to hit up EDH Rec for artifacts. Silent Arbiter is actually a good idea if we're going to be attacking with one creep with. Oh, and then our creature can't be blocked. That's actually kind of funny. And I get to put Silent Arbiter in a deck. Shadow Spear just to make stuff no longer have an indestructible and hexproof. We'll throw in the Ristic Buddy. Forgot to hit enter. Stoneforge Mystic to tutor our favorite equipment to our hand. Oh, whoops, that gives us 101.
The YouTube Music app can sense what you like. From the moment you open the app,
What do you need to draw?
try 1 month free.
Honestly, we'll take out Ristic Buddy. Just looking for anything in a wayward category. Copy this over. There's a better deck than this waiting to be built. That probably has more equipment in it and fewer other stuff. But that's where I went. And that's going to be it for this one. Next time it's going to be more Marvel. See you then. Okay. Gotta resettle myself now that I'm sitting back down. Especially since we are only on D. Oh, LS Ilcor is a lady. Never would have guessed. Electro Daughter of the Hand has Sneak. Destroys small creatures, not worth it. Excuse me. Yep, we're doing this Elish Norn. Not the other ones, just this one. Oh, whoops, I forgot to start my music up again. There we go. This is a great Felidar Sovereign picture. Though I guess they're like, this version has a lady on it. Maybe it's because that's a queen crown and not a king crown? I have no idea. Oh, no. It's in the flavor text. Kneel before her Imperial Majesty. Yep, okay. We're on page 14 of 39 now, but they're going by fast because I'm just kind of gliding through. What secret layer was this? If we were doing more lifelink stuff, this Gwynnum would be pretty cool. If we were doing more token stuff, I love Hardened Tactician. 1, sacrifice a token, draw a card. Solid. That's Hildebrand, but that's the lady in the art. She has a name, she has a card. I don't remember who she is. I'm fairly certain her card is literally here just doing that. We were gaining more life, the indulging penetration would be pretty cool. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain 3 more life, each opponent loses 3 life. Fun. Initiates of the Ebon Hand. I used to play a lot of that back in the day when I needed color fixing. You can filter any color of mana into black, but if you do it for more than 3 mana, you have to sacrifice the initiates at the end of the turn. Oh right, this is Iron Spider, but with it's the same Iron Spider as always, but it's Mary Jane in the suit. I feel like this is a stretch. Like, one of these characters down here is Yuna. And or Riku. And or Lulu. I'm gonna be right back. I'm not gonna stop the recording. You're just gonna listen to some music. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna mute my mic. Turned it off by the wrong thing, but I wasn't thinking. this one more time. And then we have to get back up to page 17. So we're going to put in Karai. If you sneak her in, you get something from the graveyard to the battlefield. But after that, they go to your hand. So that's still cool.
It's that time! We had so much fun teaming up with the Seraphim and Eilish for our new song, Iconic by Mistake. Check it out on YouTube, your one-stop shop for music.
Moving my table. And also pointing my mic directly at me, just in case that helps. Lady Core. This one. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, return it to your hand, to the owner's hand at the beginning of the next end step. If a creature an opponent controls dies, exile it instead. That's always good. Preventing activated abilities, we'll put that in as well. Hiya. What even is this? Loyal retainers. That is a card that does not need that treatment. assassins, mercenaries, and rogues. Our commander isn't any of those things. Otherwise, the killing pool would be pretty cool. Massacre known killer. Not for this deck, but she's cool. We'll put in the meteor golem. Because this art apparently is female. Maybe there's a female farmer in here. Ah, Hirala is apparently pictured in here somewhere. But we're actually going to switch printings to this one. What are we at, by the way? 18 creatures. If I was right, that would go to 86. I like how Okoye here gives creature tokens first strike if they're attacking.
YouTube TV is amazing. Why would you settle for anything less?
Why would anybody settle for just meh? Can you imagine if Zlatan was meh?
Yeah, no.
Don't settle for Mac. The #1 live TV service now has 10 more affordable plans. Try YouTube TV for free.
Oh, there's a lady back there, so Patriot is in the list. Oh, Peggy Carter, creature attacking alone, gets indestructible until end of turn. And that is why we keep looking. Because you never know when you'll run into something you forgot. Japanese, I assume, because it has the things above it. Seasoned hollow blade. Scratching my back. Yeah. Sedgemoor Witch is fun. Just not for this deck. Goodest Doggo is a Lady Doggo. It's this shield red. And we're going to keep looking because I can always take stuff out. Nope, that is playing. It's just quiet for me. Oh, Slitherix. Or that's probably the lady right there. I don't think that specific Solemn Simulacrum is a lady. Also not putting it in the deck. I do like the Spellbook Vendor just to put the sorcerer rolls on stuff to get a bunch of scry, but we're not doing that here. Renault is on Squall Seed Mercenary. Although actually Squall does go well in this deck, if we're being honest. Because then it gives double strike. So I'm going to actually remove, where are you? Meteor Golem. And we're going to put in Squall. Because now I'm done with looking at ladies. And now we're going to look for the phrase attacks alone. Whenever a creature... Wow, this has a lady on it too and I missed it. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. That's honestly not good enough. Exalted stuff isn't the worst. This one puts +1/+1 counters on things that attack alone.
Oh, hello there. Eric Nam here. Be sure to check out my brand new music video for Miss Me More, only
Okay, Bob the Hydra agent is kind of funny. Whenever Bob attacks alone, return him to his owner's hands. If you do, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. I just like one, that Bob reluctant Hydra agent, and 2, he's actually kind of good as long as his job is punching someone in the face and running away and bringing you a sandwich or something. Maybe not this Nick Fury. What kind of mana values are we sitting on for our creatures? We actually have a lot that are higher than 3. In fact, we probably kind of have a borked. No, we have a healthy amount here. It's just that all of our down low stuff is ramp. When equip creature attacks alone and tap it and scry 1, that's pretty cool. Sigil of Valor gets +1/+1 for each other creature you control until end of turn. That's mildly interesting. That's +1/+1 counters again. There's a lot of that number of creatures you control thing. That's Kithkin. Oh, the whip is card draw, so I like that. And it also is transitioning us into the next phase of our deck where I put in equipment.
Are you listening?
So of course we want the Buster Sword. And let's change this from type to category. And you go into card draw. Let's look at the Buster Sword. It's +3/+2, and whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, then you may cast a spell from your hand with mana value less than or equal to that damage without paying its mana cost. And then, what is this? That is removal. You are recursion, which... The funny thing is that, well, it does say permanent with mana value 3 or less. So if, like, other stuff gets destroyed, I mean, it can get back the origin of the Black Widow. That's what Squall can do. That is protection. Do I have a protection? I do not have a protection spot yet, so... Whoops. So let's get that up. Gotta be the one, gotta get the stuff that protects us. And we don't necessarily want to be unblockable because we have Death Touch.
Check it out on YouTube, your one-stop shop for music.
Our card draw section is absolute butt garbage. That's mildly interesting. Whenever equipped creature attacks alone, you lose. Except it's equipped to Halfling 1, equipped to everyone else 4. I'm not a fan. This creates blood tokens that we can discard. Sacrifice this, discard, and draw. Whenever equipped creature becomes blocked by a creature, you may draw 2 cards. You know what? I like giving the choice of if you have Infiltration Lens and Buster Sword on, and you're like, I get to draw 2 cards and not get to cast anything for free, or draw a card and cast something for free. What do you want me to do? I am a big fan of that. Oh, Crown of Gondor makes us the Monarch. Or I guess the Tsar in our case. We're also go +1/+1 for each creature we control, which we won't have. Like, it's like we're not big creature heavy, but like that's still a non. Yeah, you know what? Out of all of the things that you can introduce into the game, the Monarchy is one of the ones that people don't complain so much about. Flying Lifelink? Not sure. I don't like discarding. Ninja Blades is kind of cool. That when you draw a discard and then the player that you attacked loses life equal to the mana value of the card you discarded. It's like, oh man, I can't cast this right now. So I'm opening up another soft taco. This took longer than I thought, and I got hungry. Noteworthy good spark card, the Aether Spark. Changed my mind on the Monarchy. What do we had for cards? 7 more. Probably use a bunch more black cards. I'm going to hit up EDH Rec for artifacts. Ah, Silent Arbiter is actually a good idea if we're going to be attacking with one creature. Oh, and then our creature can't be blocked. That's actually kind of funny. And I get to put Silent Arbiter in a deck. Shadow Spear just to make stuff no longer have an indestructible and hexproof. We'll throw in the Ristic Buddy. Forgot to hit enter. Stoneforge Mystic to tutor our favorite equipment to our hand. Oh, whoops, that gives us 101.
The YouTube Music app can sense what you like. From the moment you open the app.
What do you need to draw?
Try 1 month free.
Honestly, we'll take out Ristic Buddy. Just looking for anything in a wayward category. Copy this over. There's a better deck than this waiting to be built. That probably has more equipment in it and fewer other stuff. But that's where I went. And that's going to be it for this one. Next time it's going to be more Marvel. See you then.